Good morning. My name is Gillian Balaban and I am Senior Coordinator Governance Relations at GRI. Welcome to this meeting of the Global Sustainability Standards Board, known by its acronym the GSSB, held on 16 October 2024. This in-person meeting is being hosted from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Please note that all public GSSB meetings are being recorded and you can find the audio recording on the GSSB meeting webpage, along with high-level summaries of previous GSSB meetings. We are joined today by various GSSB Standard Division colleagues. We will now start with the roll call. Corley LaRue.
Present.
Thank you. Chalandra De Silva.
Present.
Deborah Ing. Present. Galia Tsisankova. Present. Gangacharan Sharma. Ganga will join us shortly. Igazuma Okoroba.
Present.
Jeff Robertson.
Present.
Jennifer Prinsing. Laura Dana Carter is
here. Present.
Laura Dana is present as well. Peter Colley.
Present.
Rebecca Kuriat.
Present.
Tomu Machiba. No, Tomu will join us shortly. And GSSB Chair Carol Adams.
Present.
Thank you, everybody. GSSB member Anna Nefedova sent her apologies, and GSSB member Julia Genuardi will join shortly. I will now hand over to the Chair, Carol Adams, to open the meeting.
Thank you very much, Gillian, and welcome everybody to our in-person meeting here in Amsterdam. Very nice to see you all and to see all the staff joining us as well today. Thank you. Our first item is to approve the draft summary of our September board meeting. Can I ask whether there are any comments on this draft summary? Okay, hearing none, we can take this draft summary then as approved. Thank you all. I did wonder whether we managed to get somebody as a sponsor for the financial services sector. That was one of the questions that we asked at that meeting. Has anybody come forward to this point?
Not so far, but
okay.
if there's still interest, it is possible.
Okay, thank you. So it would be good if there is a GSSB member who is willing to be a sponsor, so have oversight of the work of the financial sector services working group. It would be good if they could come forward and perhaps discuss that with Helka if they want to find out what would be involved in that. I'm seeing a nod there that looks hopeful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on then, the next item is the approval of the pollution working group document. Does anybody have any comments on the pollution working group composition that's proposed here?
Just a quick one, and just I thought it's like representative from the Middle East and Latin America. We are not including much. If you can find anyone.
So there's no one from Oceania. Was that your comment?
No one from Middle East, as far
Middle
as I
East?
see. Yeah.
And I also noted no one from Oceania. So it would be good if we could maybe see if we can find somebody from those regions, or has that proved too difficult? The other thing I noticed is that there's no one from Labour.
There is. That's actually just an error in the graphic presentation. In the list of people, there is, it's the same person that was on the climate, is on the climate working group, Azahara Marino from the Spanish trade unions. So
Was this person 12 by any chance?
12.
Person 11.
Person 11, okay. Ah, yes, okay. Why did I think that wasn't a Labour
Well, if you look at the
Okay.
graph, there was an error in the, it's actually,
It's in the document, but not in the graph. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. And I wondered whether person 12 was actually in the right category. Is person 12 not a civil society person? I think from the definition that we have of these stakeholder constituencies, person 12 would seem to me to fit better in the civil society organizations constituency. Harold?
Yeah, I just can say we'll review it again, but.
You'll review
this was
that
our-
again?
This was our.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And also for Oceania and Middle East, we will take an extra effort to see if we could.
To see if you can get people from those regions. Excellent, thank you. And I did notice we have several people with PhD, but no senior academics in the field. Sorry?
Yeah, I mean,
You will have to come to the table, please. Use the mic.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, of course. I'm not sure it's senior academics. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with the term. I have to be honest. It's not necessarily. There are a few people that come from academia, but not a majority of PhDs that are on the list currently do not necessarily work in academia.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's fine. I think we have enough PhDs anyway, so I think we probably have enough expertise there. Thank you very much. So can we take this as approved, subject to an extra effort being made to find somebody from, I think the region that, as we call it, that's missing is Oceania. I don't think the Middle East is, do we use that? Harold, please help me here.
Asian region and the Oceania region, so.
Okay.
The point was taken, as I said.
All right, thank you. So it's approved subject to an effort being made to identify people from that region who will then come back here for approval. Thank you. But these members that you have here, we're happy to approve. Thank you. So the next item is to have a short update on what's happening in regions from any GSSB member that has something to say that is relevant to the work that we're doing in terms of informing us about the sustainability reporting landscape and what's happening in different regions. For my part, I attended the Global Nature Positive Summit for GRI in Sydney just before I came here. There was a very nice opening ceremony and a panel discussion with just Indigenous people who were making really very good points about the connection between nature and people. So that was a very nice way to start the event and set the scene, I think. I did have some discussions with people working in different governments, and one thing that struck me was that there is, there was some sort of surprise amongst them that of the need to focus on impacts, which was quite a dominant theme through the event. I think one person told me that they had thought that just reporting on risks would then lead to, coverage of impacts at some point, but the realization was coming that these were different matters that needed focus, both important, but that we can't assume that impacts will be handled by focusing on risks. I also did a presentation organised by CPA Australia to their members in Hong Kong. And that was interesting from the point of view that this accounting body has, showed a great deal of interest in the work that GRI is doing and reporting on impacts. So I think that was something that was an interesting thing to be doing, and interesting that an accounting body had asked us to speak with their members on that. Next month, Tomu, Bastian and I will be in Japan to meet with the Japanese Sustainability Standards Board and meeting various stakeholders there. And in terms of digitalization of sustainability, John Knights and I John Knights is a GRI staff member, did a presentation to an academic audience last month on the importance of digitalization for sustainability reporting and the work that GRI is doing there. Igazuma and I are going tomorrow to meet with the ISSB, and we have had, since our last meeting, another meeting with the GPPC. I will now ask if members, if they would like to make an update. Jeff, thank you.
Great, thanks, Carol. Yeah, from the Canadian side, I picked a few updates to provide. One of the big ones that's a couple months old now, but new since the last time we met in person, is the new anti-greenwashing legislation in Canada, Bill C-59. The way that they've implemented it is basically by now requiring any green claims around products or corporations to be justifiable vis-a-vis an internationally recognized methodology. And it shifts the onus onto the person making the claim to be able to defend and show the basis for any green claim. This has led to kind of a reactionary green hushing. We actually have seen several companies in the petrochemical space actually remove their entire sustainability website right off of their directory, and just doing the calculus of risk versus reward there. So obviously a little bit of a blowback from the new legislation. A couple other brief updates that are much more hot off the press. At the PRI conference last week, our Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland announced two big updates. One is the development of a sort of made in Canada green finance taxonomy, which I think is a welcome, if maybe a bit overdue development. I think the details were pretty scant on timelines, but I think the consensus is around a year and a half out. And the other big update from last week's conference was about upcoming mandatory disclosures in Canada for large privately held corporations. So they'll be updating the Canada Business Corporations Act. So a welcome development from my perspective.
Thank you, Jeff. I'll just continue around the table that way. So Deborah.
I'm sorry, just 1 second. If we have multiple mics on, we're hearing just a little echo in the room. It's because the mics are on. Thank you.
Thanks, Jill.
I think Jeff covered most of the updates from Canada, so really nothing to add. Probably just an observation that as jurisdictions around the world are adopting ISSB standards into mandatory reporting, Canada is certainly one of them. They have a CSSB that is looking to determine what those mandatory disclosures should be. I think, there's a general urging from investors that they don't deviate too much from the ISSB standards because we're really they're trying to get at global standards. I'd say that, in my opinion, however, I think that the ISSB disclosures at some point aren't going to be sufficient for investors. And so, organizations like the GRI, who is providing a broader range of sustainability metrics, impact metrics, I think will continue to have relevance in this environment. I think the goal is really just to get all companies to a basic level of disclosures, which is something investors currently don't have at this moment.
Thank you. But Carol, as chair from Australia, has already mentioned some things in Australia. What I'll talk about it from a Labor constituency point of view a bit more. Industrial relations laws or workplace laws in Australia are more compliant with low standard core labour standards than they were. There are still significant differences from ILO core labour standards, and I should say that this is actually still a problem in the Western world, let alone in other countries with respect to complying with ILO norms, which are given significant weight by the GRI. One example that has happened in Australia is that they've banned company policies that prohibit individuals disclosing their pay. This was being used as an effective way to effectively prevent collective bargaining. If you can't discuss your wages with your fellow worker, how can you collectively bargain? Australia was proposing to use GRI 207, the tax standard, as its a basis for multinational tax transparency reporting. It's now moved away from that as a result of lobbying by multinationals and accounting firms. The issue is country by country reporting for revenues, employees, and tax paid. They're now more likely to, I think they're following the EU path, who was also, where the tax reporting only be for your jurisdiction plus tax havens. So the rest of the world will only be aggregated for revenue, employees, and tax paid. On equal pay for same work, same value, companies have been required to report pay discrepancies for some time, but it's now been ramped up to companies that are major laggards are now being named. And that is having a bit of a galvanising effect on some big companies. On mandatory sustainability reporting, the Australian Accounting Standards Board was tasked by the federal government with implementing climate disclosures, mandatory climate disclosures, considering more than the ISSB S2 standard. But again, they have been subject to a lot of lobbying, and they're now basically adopting just ISSB S2, and with respect to S1, they're adopting it with respect to climate issues. So there are being restrictions placed on their adoption of S1. More broadly, the AASB has been asked to develop sustainability disclosures in more generally, but I believe that there's a real issue with their resourcing to do that, combination of capacity and skills. So that's a bit up in the air at the moment. The Australian government wants them to do it, but doesn't want to fund them to do it. And there's a real issue about how they would go about doing it. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Jennifer Princing, representing the business constituency in the U.S. Give a brief update. Of course, the U.S. election is influencing everyone's stance right now and sort of waiting to see what happens. I think depending where the election goes, it'll probably have a significant impact on whether the U.S. will recommit to working toward climate and other sustainability topics or not. And of course, the SEC rules still are on hold, awaiting challenges, so that we continue to wait. In the meantime, as we wait to see those results, let's say, talking to my peers at other large multinationals, a very significant focus on CSRD at this point, which presents, I think, both challenge and opportunity for the GRI. So the GRI is well adopted by large US companies in their reporting. So the challenge is sort of the shift of attention to the CSRD, which is real. Certainly talking to peers, much of the corporate focus has been toward, well, now it's compliance. So we're going to focus companies who may have been putting efforts toward reporting in full accordance with the GRI are now satisfied with reporting with reference and focus on the CSRD. But in the sense that it may be an opportunity, what I'm seeing is kind of what we have hoped for a long time is more engagement within companies across additional functions on the idea of the sustainability reporting. So myself personally, and I know talking to many others, we now have our finance teams, our legal teams much more involved in understanding what it truly means to report on sustainability topics. So I think that's certainly an opportunity just in the broader engagement, but also I think many of us are finding that we have resources that we didn't have in the past dedicated to the topics. So those things are an opportunity for sustainability reporting in general. I think it'll continue to be GRI's challenge to convince of its value as separate and additive to the other frameworks that are mandatory. So CSRD, and then I think everyone is very much has their eyes open to emerging regulation and mandatory reporting, even within US states, California, their own regulations, and then watching across the globe, including Canada, as we've just heard, new announcements. So a great deal of interest and I would say new attention to reporting in the US.
Hi, thank you. Tomo Machiba, representing mediating institutions, and I'm from Japan. And as already Carol explained, and we are visiting the sustainability standards board of Japan, and in mid-November. And background would be, they are setting up this national standard by end of March next year. But apparently the financial regulators doesn't want to have two different standards. One is the IFRS, and one is the national standards. Somehow, they try to kind of make the difference minimized, and that's where also the background of why SSBJ is approaching us, and to try to kind of defend their value of existing the national standards. And from my side, I organized one webinar together with labor standard working group member from Japan. It's Sachiko Ichikawa, and updating the labor standards, and try to get some comments from Japan. And we get comments, especially labor practice in Japan or Asia, it's not necessarily fit the category of this, category beyond the employees, and some kind of, expression of the difficulty of kind of applying this labor standard in their own context. And from my side, I try to explain, how GRI can help and adapting the CSRD and the ESRS, and as Jennifer said, and but they appreciate GRI reporter already can adapt and the ESRS is quite quickly, but same time Japanese company having an operation in Europe, or those companies who acquired European companies anyway, they have to start reporting based on ESRS from this year. Then they cannot wait, and our kind of synergies and with IFRS. So that where also how we can defend and our value on the other international standards. That's also we have to have a clear idea on this. Thank you.
Hi, my name Rebecca Coriat, representing the investment institution from the UK. A couple of updates from me. The UK has a new corporate governance code which applies to companies in the UK, and it's interesting to see how the word sustainable and sustainability appears in that code. So companies are encouraged to promote the sustainable success of the business and the sustainability of the business. So now we will have to see how companies translate that into their annual reporting and whether that may have any impact on any other type of reporting that they have to do. From the investment side, there will be a consultation for a new stewardship code in the UK that will probably slightly tone down the expectations of investors, that the expectations that the FRC puts on investors regarding their stewardship activities. The public document should come out beginning of 2025, and that's based on a series of pre-consultations done with several stakeholders. No direct impact to GRI standards. However, I think it's important to highlight that, sort of shifting approach to sustainability and the expectations of investors. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Loredana Carta. I am a ITUC lawyer, and I represent the Labour constituency in the GSSB. My colleagues have already shared information on the CSRD, so I'm not gonna dwell on this. I don't have much of an update there. It's just that because we had a discussion yesterday on possible ways to raise awareness of GRI standards in different forums, I just wanted to report on the latest event that I attended, which was the Committee on Workers' Capital Conference, which was last week in Toronto, which gathers 700 asset owner board members from the labor side, so pension funds, etc., that invest sustainably. And I saw a real interest in GRI standards and in promoting those standards with the companies that they invest in, but also kind of lack of awareness of what they were. So I think there's quite a lot to do there, but it's an interesting avenue. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Galia Tsonkova, representing the business constituency in Europe. It was what said about the CSRD ESRS compliance. The companies that are listed and exceeding the threshold of 250 employees and 50 million in revenue are preparing to report for 2024 reporting cycle, including the EU taxonomy for the objectives that are already approved. Recently, I was on an event in London, Sustainable Europe, and one of the topics were about the sustainability reporting. And it was said by majority of the participants, especially from the business, from the companies, that all the companies should be practical, pragmatic, to rely on the experience that they have with the GRI and well-established other standards, and to focus more on the substance, not on the shape and on the form, as the CSRD requires. Another development for Europe, EU deforestation regulation, most probably will be delayed by 1 year because it was supposed to be in force since 1st of January 2025. Neither the company nor the European Union is prepared for that. So we are expecting the Parliament to vote for this 1 year delay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gagansi Sharma, representing business constituency. Especially in country and India and other Asia Pacific region, we see clearly the demand for higher transparency and disclosures in whatever name and terms they come. And gradually, they started with a generalized disclosure, which is common for all the sector. Like in India, we call BRSR, Business Sustainability Reporting Standard, where GRI has been referenced in the initial suggested reporting framework and not like other standards like ISSP and FRAG or ESRS. The way forward is how to make it more accurate and precise for sectors and topic, because the growing demand of the stakeholders, the community. And another momentum, what we see, not in India, but other countries, regulator is thinking not just merely with the compliance with the law. For example, pollution. Generally, there are some standards, permissible limit for air pollutant, etc. But now the regulator, through its different initiative, is asking to retrofit those equipment, even though they are complying with the standards, to have go for the cleaner fuel, you know. So there is a all around pressure on the businesses due to the emergence of new regulations. So the pace of changes are quite high. And if I see from an international perspective, CBAM is on the top of the discussion because it's directly hit your business, especially the exporters. Yes, CSRD and other regulations is also in the part of the discussion, but CBAM being a product related, because that's something can create a business disruption or make your whole product uncompetitive, you know. So the business is the focus is bit shifting. Digitalization, we able to have a webinar with the GRI staff talking about how the digital reporting can help the organizations for better controlling processes, reporting, statutory obligations, and help with the GRI community member to showcase the industry. It's not something in theory, but it's practically doable. So these are some of the updates from India and other Asian, I would say, the continent side, based on our experience.
Hi, my name is Digazuma Okoroba. I'm the head of sustainability for Dangote Cement, and I represent the business constituency on the GSSB. And perhaps you've heard a lot of the ESRDs and the CSRDs and the ESRS. And if you're from our region, you're probably wondering why we do not have those regulatory standards yet. But the wind of regulatory sustainability reporting has blown our way. And I'm talking about Sub-Saharan Africa and not South Africa, of course, which is much more advanced in sustainability. But the response that we have seen in the past few months is governments rushing to implement carbon market frameworks, and a lot of them do not have national laws, especially on sustainability or how to meet their NDCs. I participated in a lot of these sessions, and I find that the business enterprise constituency is mostly missing from the consultations, and you have perhaps civil servants, politicians, some civil society organizations, and the perspectives of businesses in Africa are not really built in. What I also find is that there is a lot of interest in the revenue generation potential of the carbon markets, and it's a bit, I think it's not the proper way. I think it should first be about how you reduce your emissions, and then co-benefits, can come from the revenue generation. So I guess the message is that there is more education that is required. There's more competence required in companies. And my personal view is that it's better for businesses to have an in-house competence on sustainability, because when you're moving from a voluntary reporting landscape, or you have not even attempted the voluntary reporting, and then you go to a regulatory reporting and jump straight into reporting Scope 3 emissions data, I mean, there's going to be a lot of implications, as some countries are also considering the carbon taxes, as they have made pledges at the COP27, COP28 about meeting the NDC. So the business enterprise in Sub-Saharan Africa needs to be more awake to what needs to be done And my advice always is to leverage your industry association. If you think that your business is not one of the big ones on the stock exchanges, industry associations are very useful. Financial sector leverages tools like the PCAF. You can use the GHG protocol. From my industry, we also have a global tool that the cement industry uses in reporting emissions. So it's better for companies to have in-house competence on sustainability from operational teams. I get that question all the time. Perhaps you might not need to hire a sustainability officer, but you can train your in-house. The technical teams now need to be more involved in sustainability and not the CSR team. So I think that's the really big thing that we need to take away as African businesses if we want to remain competitive on the global landscape and not be swept aside by the evolution of sustainability globally.
Thank you. And Corley.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, can you see me? I can't see. Yes, Corley Leroux from South Africa. I represent the mediating institutions constituency. The major development from South Africa, and I hear a lot about moves towards mandating of reporting. So in South Africa, we've never had extensive mandatory requirements around sustainability reporting, although under the Companies Act, there was a regulation that expected companies to report on against the principles of the UN Global Compact. Obviously, also through the King Code on corporate governance for a long time, particularly listed companies have been moving towards sustainability reporting. However, very recently, CIPSI, which is the Commission for Companies and Intellectual Property Regulation in South Africa, have announced that they are adopting ISSB S1 and S2, and they have already released their updated XBRL taxonomy. I am not familiar with the technicalities of how that works, but they have created modular entry points for the S1 and S2 incorporation. And the plan is that over the next couple of years, they haven't set a specific timeline, but there is a definite intention to amend the Companies Act in order to facilitate a mandatory requirement for reporting in line with ISSB. They are also going to be having a transition period and a lot of engagement. So as we also discussed somewhat in the private session yesterday, there is an opportunity for GRI to engage in those processes potentially. Then from a personal side, I was invited to present specifically on GRI to the Practitioners Forum of the Integrated Reporting Committee. It's a group of organizations that are practitioners, particularly in integrated reporting, consultants and the like. So it was a very basic kind of overview of GRI, how it works, how materiality works, an update on the discussions with ISSB, etc. And thank you very much to Carol and GRI for providing me with slides to do that presentation. It was very well received. It seems, I think, that there are many people who are perhaps not as up to date with GRI as one would think. In a country like ours, where a lot of companies already do sustainability reporting. And then as a result of that, I was also invited to do the same presentation to the corporate members of the Integrated Reporting Committee, which spans large organizations with well-established reporting, up to small organizations that are just starting out. So I think this was a great opportunity to give GRI a little bit more exposure. And we continue to look for more opportunities. Then finally, also with the upcoming COP29 in Baku, if anyone is going to be present there, I've already been in touch this morning with Bastian to see whether GRI will be in the ground. But if anybody from the GSSB is going to be there in particularly the first week, please feel free to get in touch and we could potentially connect there. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Corley. Everyone's been very busy here. Chalendra, you're the last one we have to hear from the GSSB.
Thanks, Carol. Hi, this is Chulendra De Silva. I represent the Mediating Institutions constituency from Sri Lanka. Two updates, ladies and gentlemen, on the Sustainable Development Council of Sri Lanka, which is under the Trade Ministry. They have come up with their own definition of an ISB, or what they call an inclusive and sustainable business, which they're trying to roll out as a framework that all medium and small, basically SMEs adopt as a framework towards sustainable reporting. What is noteworthy in that was that in that mandate and in their manifesto, so to speak, there's basically spoken about impact reporting rather than any other type of reporting. And I thought that was very important. We reached out to them and I have basically got Dr. Aditi Halda from the India GRI team also involved. And the latest is that they have now reached out to Dr. Aditi and asked for technical assistance in providing capacity building to those SMEs in Sri Lanka. So I think that's a good place to start for most SMEs, and they automatically start with the GRI standards as their base framework, as their base, as their entry into sustainability. So that's one, I think, one update that's happening on the SME side. On the ISSB rollout in Sri Lanka, this is under a body called the Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka. They too are in the process, and we are seeing that IFRS, which will be termed as SLFRS, Sri Lanka Financial Reporting Standards, will be adopted on a mandatory basis from next year for the top 100 listed companies on the Colombo Stock Exchange. The Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka is in the process of developing a guide to practitioners who will need this, and they've reached out as well, and we intend to provide some type of guidance with regard to how impacts need to be identified prior to going into risks and opportunities. And that document would be would probably be the stepping stone for most Sri Lankan companies to adopt the IFRS standards, in the light that we have to understand that Sri Lanka is, I mean, I don't have statistics to throw at, but predominantly we are a GRI country in the sense that most of the reports in Sri Lanka would be a GRI-based report. So it is important for the existing reporters to identify how they can use the existing reporting framework or the GRI reporting framework they have to then start reporting on SRROs and thereafter on IFRS. Yeah, that's an update from this part of the world.
Thank you very much, Chalendra and GSSB members. If I could pass now to our Chief Standards Officer, Bastian, for an update on things that are not covered in the agenda, but things that have been going on behind the scenes. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara. And building on the comments from the colleagues, I think what I can contribute is that on the staff level, we've done extensive work over the last months to connect to other standard setting entities, in particular the colleagues at the ISSB and EFRAG, to keep these collaborations going. Very much focused with respect to the ISB relation on work educating both board as well as staff on the work that GI has done, the GSB has done in relation to sector standards, biodiversity, and the labor standards, because this is where our standard setting agendas will overlap. With the colleagues at EFRAG, we have focused on the sector standards work, as well as the work around issuing the final version of an authoritative index that maps out the ESRS against the GRI standards, which is very popular resource for practitioners. I think also connecting into some of the commentary that all of you have been providing around compliance and companies understanding how their GRI reporting is preparing them for the ESRS. This has become a significant part of our work, this ongoing connection into standard setting processes that are actually unfolding or underway. And certainly with the regulatory component in the EU unfolding quickly with numerous sector standards in development, it was a very regular cadence of board technical committee meetings and staff engagements that we're attending to. On projects that we're not going to cover on the agenda today, I think it's important to mention that the first phase of the labor-related disclosure public consultation closed out, and the team is looking at the response received. We had numerous engagement around that over the last months, and we're now looking to build on the feedback received, and that will be coming back to you. Another major project that's underway in the background and not covered specifically today is the work on the XBRL taxonomy, where we had a public consultation as well. And we're now aiming to issue the final version of the taxonomy in Q4 of this year. Importantly, work with also the ecosystem that we've built, the certified software partners, to build their taxonomy into their products eventually. This is a major piece, I think, for us. One is this translation into digital format of the standards, and there's a lot to learn, I think, from a standard setting perspective. The other piece is also that with the decisions that we're taking there from an architectural perspective, we have to keep in mind that we want to support interoperability. I think Corley was referencing the South African context and the XBRL taxonomy, where what will be happening eventually is that global standards and taxonomies that we offer for global standards need to offer interoperability with other global standards, but importantly also jurisdictional requirements. Because if there is a narrative around that we can substantiate around being prepared through GRI reporting for different jurisdictional requirements, then ideally it is supported by digital products as well, and the taxonomy is a core part of that. Last piece to mention is that we are continuing to use both the mining as well as the biodiversity related work to position GRI at the forefront of discussions, both on the sector level as a thematic level. We have numerous engagements in the implementation phase. We're running a pilot together with our community, our membership program, on the biodiversity standard, and we have with the COP16 in Cali a major event coming up where we can profile the importance of reporting on impacts in the context of the biodiversity challenges that we face. And the team will be represented with a significant delegation, that's one, but we're working with a range of partners there to have a significant number of events as part of the overall COP proceedings. So that's also something that is taking significant amount of time from the team, individuals and the team collectively, but very worthwhile in terms of signaling the work that GI has done together with colleagues at the TNFD, and we're committed to do also going forward together with the colleagues at the ISSB to offer this global system for this specific item. I'll leave it there, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Does any GSSB member have any comments on any of these inputs or any questions to other GSSB members? Okay, thank you all very much for those informative updates. Very, very interesting. Clearly a lot of work being done behind the scenes. Now we're going to pass on to discuss the research project on the impacts of digitalization. And I think we have here both Miguel and Alpa. Thank you. All right, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Carol, and good morning and welcome everyone, especially to those who are joining us from outside the Netherlands. My name is Alper Özdemir, and with Miguel Perez Ludena, we prepared a presentation to cover the key points and recommendations of document item number 4 in front of you, which is the research paper on digitalization impacts. We intend to cover the key points and the key findings which inform the recommendations that we've formulated in the paper. And for the sake of brevity and to sort of reserve as much time as possible to capture input from our GSSB members, we intend to keep the presentation to about 10 minutes. To start directly with the summary of the results that we got from reviewing relevant research on digitalization impacts. Here, as you can see, we categorize the impacts into 3 broad categories, namely environmental impacts, economic impacts, and impacts on people, specifically impacts tied to human rights. Following in the lower end there, it's waste, say in GRI 306 waste or corresponding standard. But before then, sort of after the impact identification phase, what we wanted to understand was how well these impacts were already covered by the existing sort of GRI standards. So we did an assessment to identify reporting gaps, and this is the big picture of what came out of from that assessment. Again, starting from the topic standards relating to the environment, we see that they're quite robust and can capture impacts tied to the use and maintenance of digital technologies. This includes anything from power generation required to power our user devices, but also to maintain and run many data centers located across the world. Same applies for economic impacts, especially considering the two ongoing projects here, one on economic impacts and the other on labor. However, when it comes to impacts around data, cybersecurity and AI use, we observe a more substantial reporting gap. Because, for instance, GRI 418, the most direct equivalent to that data impacts, it only contains a single disclosure on identified cases of loss or theft of customer data, which in scope is too narrow in scope compared to the full extent of data-related impacts that we've identified in our research. On cybersecurity, which refers to the protection of data, customer assets, digital services, and digital infrastructure, we also found no reporting requirement that would create reporting and transparency on cybersecurity policy. Okay. No problem. And the same applies for for the use of algorithmic decision-making systems and human rights risks associated with them, which includes algorithms producing outcomes that are discriminatory or biased. And that leads us to our first conclusion, which is that GRI standards only partially cover digitalization impacts, and that in order to get a full coverage, we would need to revisit topic standards that have been implicated by the ongoing changes and growing adoption of digital technologies in the economy, but currently do not possess the reporting tools and requirements needed to create transparency in these areas. A second sort of key finding emerged from a follow-up analysis that we did to this GRI assessment exercise, which was to review other existing frameworks and regulations specifically on data and AI. In total, we reviewed 26 guidance and regulation documents, and there we find that there is a growing amount of legislative and regulative efforts underway in many contexts in the United States, at the local and federal level, at the, in Asia, largely in China, Japan, and Korea, but also in Europe most significantly. An overwhelming majority of these documents have been developed after 2016, which is when GRI 418 customer privacy standard was initially launched. Looking at the sustainability landscape, we also see a space for GRI because our research showed none of the major reporting organizations have so far created reporting expectations on various human rights implications of digital technologies. This is except for SASB's industry-specific standard on the software industry, but because our approach to materiality differs significantly from that of SASB's, we still see a space for GRI sort of to leverage a trendsetter position by linking digital and data impacts to sustainability reporting. Also going back to the regulative developments, this rapid development creates a need for further alignment with more robust regulative frameworks like the GDPR or the EU AI Act. A final key takeaway is also tied to a lack of well-defined reporting expectations around these impacts, because what we observe from a limited reading of corporate reporting and academic literature on corporate reporting is that when companies do report on their data-related impacts or their data governance, they do so by referring to their compliance to major regulations like the GDPR, as opposed to using any existing reporting framework or referencing any reporting framework. And this has two implications for GRI. First is that it is unclear for organizations from a reporting standpoint what to report on to create transparency beyond compliance. And second is that we see this as evidence of regulation outpacing reporting. So all these three major points point to the need for creating new reporting expectations to match the advancements in technological innovation and adoption on one side, but also to match needs arising from regulative developments on the other. So that leads us to our first recommendation, which is on page 36 of the research paper, which is to pursue a digitalization project. We propose that the GSSB consider to pursue a project on digitalization. It would create transparency and reporting expectations on data and cybersecurity governance, as well as transparency on AI use, including how a company addresses risks around adoption of algorithmic decision-making systems or use of AI tools more widely in their business operations. And the topic standards that we initially find that should be included in the scope of such a project are the same ones that we've identified previously, and they are GRI 405, diversity and equal opportunity, GRI 406, non-discrimination, GRI 417, marketing and labeling, and GRI 418, customer privacy. Second recommendation, mainstreaming digitalization. It refers to integrating relevant impacts that we've identified earlier across the whole set of GRI standards as these standards are being updated and revised in due time. For instance, in the context of this recommendation, the ongoing pollution project, for instance, could consider the environmental impacts arising from e-waste and e-waste management. Or another example is how the labor project considered the use of algorithmic and automated systems in recruitment practices and their impacts on labor. Third recommendation calls for carrying out sector-specific impact research. We call for more research on sector-specific impacts because what we found on our during our research is that not every sector is equally impacted by digital technologies, and every sector's individual makeup and dynamics sort of inform and mediate the direction and the severity of digitalization impacts. So for instance, digital transformation would look quite different in the agriculture sector versus the financial services sector. So we propose to pursue more research to capture these impacts sectorally. Fourth one is related to producing reporting guidance and other documents or materials such as training material, which would help organizations link digitalization to sustainability reporting and also help create reporting using GRI standards as well. And finally, sorry, okay, yeah. Final recommendation is that we propose that the GSSB consider continuing to monitor and learn from the evolving policy landscape, because what we've seen again is that it's a rapidly changing landscape, and we do need closer monitoring to see the recent developments, and which would sort of inform GRI strategic positioning and prioritization of action. So that concludes our major points and recommendations. And before I yield the floor, I would like to thank my colleagues in the Standards Division who provided much needed feedback and direction to this paper, and also during a workshop that we presented internally. So thank you.
Thank you very much for a great, clear paper. Perhaps we could go to each of the recommendations in turn. On the first one, I'd like to ask, maybe I missed it, what are the implications for GRI 405, diversity and equal opportunity?
This is mostly tied to use of AI tools and sort of automated pre-screening tools that organizations have started to use during their recruitment processes. And it may create impacts on diversity and equal opportunity insofar as we don't know we usually don't have a window into how the tools that are being used in these processes and what data has been used to train them. So if a tool is not sensitive to racial and ethnic, for instance, prejudices, it may produce outcomes that are indeed disadvantageous to already disadvantaged communities. The other side is related to financial services, because this during the working group meetings of the financial services project, there was a need for creating a research note on the impacts of AI systems being used to determine sort of credit scores or for insurance purposes. And again, there we see that more often than not, the financial companies, organizations in the financial services may adopt these technologies without knowing the full implications around it. So.
Yeah, Peter, as the GSSB member on the Labour Technical Committee, would you like to comment on those two implications on those two Labour standards there?
Yes, thank you. Yes, on the Labour Standards Technical Committee, as well as on the GSSB. Look, it's a good research paper, great research paper. The things you identify are, with respect to Labour standards, are correct, but there's an issue which should be made clear to all the GSSB members that you've reviewed the GRI standards as they currently exist, and there are those problems. The GRI Labour standards are being reviewed right now. You do acknowledge that there is work happening currently on the GRI standards, so there is an effort to incorporate the digitalisation issues. On the issue of recruitment, you're absolutely correct. It's becoming well known that AI tools tend to have inherent biases unless they're specifically designed out. And sometimes when they're designed out, the results are still very crude. It's not on recruitment, but there are AI bots that will generate images for you. Now, it was the case that if you asked for an image of a person, the default was always white, and you had to ask specifically for a non-white person before the bot would generate an image of a non-white person. But the solution has been rather crude in the sense that you can do things like ask for a picture of a Nazi SS officer, and it will generate a black person wearing a Nazi uniform, which obviously doesn't happen, never happened in real life. So those are the sort of problems that we're striking with AI. The current Labor review project is attempting to incorporate digitalisation issues, and perhaps more could be done. And so I'm sure you're talking to the Standards Division staff on that area. So with respect to those key issues of diversity, equal opportunity, non-discrimination, drafts have yet to appear. I am concerned always about timetable. The Labour Standards project is currently scheduled to go through to the first half of 2026. I'm particularly not keen on it extending beyond that. So it is a large project, and there's the issue of fitting it all in, basically. But your research paper is certainly correct, and we do need to substantially incorporate digitalisation issues into the Labour standards.
Thank you. I'll just ask Harold first if you have anything to add to that, and then pass to Jeff.
Yes, second, of course, also GSB Labour representative here, so that's very good. What I will say, so we see that our standards, especially topic standards, but I would say the entire framework becomes more holistic. So in the Labour, so on the one hand, you may never have diversity, or you never may have discrimination, whatever. So diversity and inclusion, it will be probably at a higher level. We will address it. But privacy, ethics, data, cybersecurity is by most companies at the moment covered under 418, and that's logical. So in the revision of 418, probably we go deeper. So basically, if you use tools, which a lot of companies already address, if you use tools which have a risk underneath them, if you do this assessment, or could have the risk of discrimination, for instance, in your HR activities, then you should address this. I think that's so part will be for sure in 418. This is upcoming, and the other ones actually Alpha was mentioned. In Labour, yeah, we have to see what is focused really on the Labour disclosure, and what is really focused on the digitalization, ethics, etc. But of course, there is an interrelation where we have to make sure it's useful and practical, implementable for organizations in the reporting.
Thanks, Carol, and thank you both for the great research paper. It was a fascinating read, and it takes quite a bit of work to produce, 40 good pages of quality material. So thank you. One thought that I had, it's maybe a bit higher level, is I had this sense that all these things that we're talking about today, we may treat like, using a pencil and paper to do business. In 10 years, they may be so mainstream that they're like breathing for corporations. So I don't know, has the research moved into that area, or considered the extent to which this could just become a normal part of doing business that pervades all topics and sectors?
I'm not sure if I followed the question fully, so could you?
Sure. Yeah, it was just a thought that I had that I think the points that we've raised here about where it generates specific topics of concern are totally valid, and I'm on board. But I was just curious if anywhere in the research did it come up about long-term, I guess, prognostication about will this just become like using laptop computers where we don't even think about it anymore because it's just such a baseline technology.
Oops. Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I think this is the idea behind recommending revision of existing topics rather than creating a topic on digitalization. Indeed, the idea is as the society and the economy moves into the digital sphere, the impacts move into the digital sphere, and therefore all the environmental, labor, economic, social impacts should consider that that move. So that's why we didn't explicitly recommend a digitalization topic, because that would easily become outdated soon. Does that answer the
And
question?
if I could also add, maybe also going to, I don't want to jump too quickly, but sort of using this as an example. Also, we see that digitalization impacts unfold differently depending on different sectors. So that's why maybe sector-specific research could also help us better answer that question, because I wouldn't be in a position to say digital technologies will be applied the same way in agriculture sector versus the financial services sector, for instance, because we just know that's not true. The types of tools that will be used by companies, organizations in the financial services sector will be much different than tools and software used within the agriculture sector, and then impact will also be different as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on recommendation 1, Jennifer? Not 1, okay. Any?
Shailendra's got a hand.
Oh, Shailendra, recommendation 1?
Can I just make a general observation, Carol, on Miguel, thank you so much for just making that point. I was just thinking the same thing. It's that digitalization would be a topic that pervades probably into all material topics, depending on as we progress into the future. And just also mention, extending onto what Jeff said. I probably would think it's probably not just these topics. It could be any topic under the sun in the future that could probably be impacted by digitalization. And the last point I just wanted to make was, if that is the case, if you are looking at this being a broad impact that digitalization is going to bring forth, maybe is that something that we could look at bringing into GRI 3-3, for example, under the management approach? I just thought of bringing that up as well to see how whether that was kind of considered in as part of the research. Maybe it's too early for that.
Or Harold.
It's more of a...
Excuse me just a moment, Ganga. Harold or Bastian, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, I think just to pick up on the impact on the universal standards. I think coming out of the research, basically what the team is saying, we're applying this lens to all the work we do, both on topic and sector standards in the first instance. And I think historically we've seen, like, for example, with the human rights considerations, that things can then eventually move as a framing element into the GRI 3. Whether this is the case for this particular area, I think it's too soon to tell. But one thing that we will definitely be doing is to look at, once you start to include it in very many of the topic standards and sector standards, I think that will add additional flavor to the disclosure expectation of GRI 3, because you can look at both sector standards as well as topic standards. Oftentimes they relate back to the GRI 3 and they add further nuance. To stay in the example of the labor-related and diversity and equal opportunity, if there is more guidance or specific disclosure even around this issue as part of the new labor standards, then that would be an extension of the GRI 3, and it would always relate back to that framework. So changing this now wholesale is probably not in the cards, but I think the more we see this permeating everything we do, that could very well move up. Just also to remind that right now we're not planning to introduce any fundamental changes to the GRI 3 in the coming 2 to 3 years for sure. So I think we would let this play out as part of the review of the remaining topic standards that haven't been reviewed, and more work on the sector standards, and then there will be a reflection point again.
Thank you. Ganga, you.
Yeah, it's more of an input because this space is the pace of technological advancement. We name AI, cybersecurity. So there are some ISO standard also coming up, like ISO 42001. It's just an input to make an alignment because some of the our target reporting organization might look for conformance with those ISO standards. So working on GRI should help them to achieve up to some extent, if not replicating the whole standard requirement.
Yeah, I think we somehow all say things in the same direction and ask for it. It also comes back to what Jeff said, how will it look like in the next year? So just a good example, which maybe everybody can look at in the latest employment standard, which is just now closed. We also have, for instance, there included much more on data privacy and customer and data privacy based on the ILO authoritative instrument. So that's drafts are coming out. So this is this is coming in, rolling into in our system, whether it are sector standards, whether they're topic standards. Universal, I would compare it even what Bastian was saying with tax. I mean, with tax, we also don't have in GRI 3. It was a new item, and then you have to judge, is it really a separate standard or is it part of the entire system, as Jeff was saying, but it's just evolution. So digitalization is basically everywhere, and you have to be aware of in your judgment from all different angles, whether it's, and that was very well mentioned by Alpo. So it's whether it's environment, whether it's waste, whether it's in which sector you are. It's pretty fundamental in human rights, as Peter was saying, or yeah, in labor and especially in labor aspects and labor rights / human rights. So yeah, as Bastian said, we never know how it exactly goes, but we have to be aware. It's good to have a look at it and see if you are happy with the way we did it in the draft employment standard, because that's also under GSSB, and that's and about the ISO, I think the ISO is more the management of it. So the management stand, absolutely, organizations are doing this because they have to be compliant with the European legislation and Japanese legislation and US legislation. So we'll have to do it anyway. But this is much more detailed in the how do you roll it out in your company. Yeah, so this is about reporting. So I think this is one level higher. So what is the best way to report it? I think the advice is clearly, or the recommendation is not to do it with single issue, but it's we have to review our entire system against that. If I rephrase it well, often. Yeah.
Thank you. So I think we're all agreed with recommendation 1. If we could have another look at recommendation 2, please. Any comments on that, Jennifer?
Thank you. I'll echo the other members. Thank you for the really interesting read, and it seems comprehensive and very well done. So in terms of when I hit the piece about the existing standards related to greenhouse gas emissions, energy, water, my first thought was surprised that this was already covered by those standards. I think your conclusion is correct, but I guess maybe it's a question. Leaves still unanswered in my mind. Company like mine could probably report our greenhouse gas emissions from our cloud use, for example, would fall under a scope 3 emission. Could fully report that, but still not be able to, it wouldn't highlight the digitization emissions, right? It would be hidden. So I'm wondering if you're considering in the digitization project or future work, is there a need for guidance that pulls out the digitization impact? Because it does leave that question unanswered for me. How much of my scope 3 is associated with digitization, and is it increasing, and is it bigger than the benefits it's providing in other areas? So I think, well, yes, the impacts can be reported as the current standards are written, but they're not highlighted.
Yes, certainly. And I think that goes to certainly recommendation number 2, because we were operating under sort of the following constraint, which was if indeed digitalization impacts on the environment specifically are dire enough to require additional material in those standards, then how do we draw the line? Because okay, today we have digitalization. A few years ago we had Bitcoin and all those different technologies. So how do we decide and how do we draw the boundaries? Because then we hope that companies all across the sectors, in all sectors, would be able to use these topic standards. So digitally making a single topic standard sort of focused on digitalization may then detract from other sectors that are traditionally not super digital heavy, for instance. So we were operating under that constraint while we're making those conclusions. If that answers your question.
I think that's a good argument. I think the question remains, right, interesting to pursue whether there's a driver to call that out. Yeah.
Maybe just a quick addition from me. I think this as a rising theme for many sectors, industries, and individual companies that take decisions to change the way they operate, basically, as technology becomes available. It could be also an area where we continue to consider and apply the lens in the individual standards updates, but also provide guidance alongside this to consider these drivers, right? Because I think that's an important point, that when you make these wholesale changes in the way you operate, we're seeing this now with, I think, the software companies predominantly, that they change the whole makeup of their energy footprint and just within 2 or 3 years, and actually everything that they had envisioned in terms of trajectory, they have to reconsider completely, and that might happen in other industries as well. We don't know for sure, but it seems likely that more application of these technologies will, and so given guidance around that could sit outside the standards, but could be an accompanying educational material in the application of our materiality related guidance in GRI3, and to say, have you considered this driver that is actually seem to be impacting many? So that's also something we will be looking at. We have the benefit of having these discussions with, for example, the financial service group in the label. So we have many of the signals already from the experts on, and there's an opportunity to build case studies around that and provide guidance on that level. And, yeah.
Thank you very much. Could Loredana, you have another point?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'll echo my colleagues' appreciation and thanks for this excellent paper. I just had a question, but I may have come to the answer myself, but I just want to clarify and a confirmation on this. I see that in the paper you refer to surveillance as an other human rights risk or potential human rights risk, and also another point is algorithmic decision making as a risk for the people more than for labor. Being from the labor constituency, I also see those risks in the labor category. I'm also turning to Peter for this question. I imagine this is something that is already included into the labor revision. I just wanted to make sure that this is the case, but I imagine you deferred to the team, right? Okay, just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, I'll respond to Loredana's question. Yes, these issues are already being considered in the Labor group, but technical committee, but arguably we could be doing more, but that can be facilitated by people working on digitalisation, talking to the people in the labour standards area in the standards division. In my previous comments, I didn't specifically mention algorithmic bias, but the term, but that's what I was talking about. And in a way, it's a continuation of the existing issue without the digitalisation aspect. We all know that in traditional human resources processes, senior managers without any guidelines will tend to employ people like them to become senior managers, replicating existing bias. The issue is with algorithmic involvement, we don't immediately recognise that the same biases can persist in the algorithms, but they do. So you've got to, the reason why you need to have standards or guidance in this area is simply because we know we need standards and guidance for human decision making in this area. We also need standards and guidance for the algorithmic decision making.
Yeah, thank you. I understand that, and I know for the recruitment part, it is in the intention, but surveillance goes beyond, and I mean, and yeah, the use of AI in all decision-making processes in the HR, processes. So not just recruitment, they go beyond that. So I just wanted to make sure that this is also considered into the in the group.
The data privacy issue, surveillance is a major feature. It's again, before digitalisation, there's been a lot of monitoring practices going on. I know from my experience in the mining industry, the people monitoring the workers in the mining industry have had for 2 decades data on where everyone is, what equipment they're driving, how much tonnage they scoop up in each shovel of dirt, how many tonnes their truck is carrying, what speed it's going at, and there's absolutely no opportunity for any price, basically. But that can be justified under the needs of production guidelines, but those production guidelines need to be humane. But then there's also the issue about this same data then being used for other aspects and being sold to third parties and so on, or being used to blacklist people on industry websites, recruitment websites, that sort of thing. So yeah, it's a huge issue, but it's been a huge issue from before the digitalisation issue.
If I could add on algorithmic impacts that are outside of immediate labor impacts, it's quite context and use dependent because, and we discussed this case in the paper as well. For instance, the use of a decision support system. It's an algorithmic system used by the Danish Child Protection Services Agency, and so academic researchers asked to review the content of this, or the methodology and the content of the algorithm used, and they found that it was applying age-based discrimination among children, and they conclude that such tools shouldn't be used in highly sensitive areas such as child protective services. And we also we were talking about maybe discussing other use cases, such as, for instance, in US law enforcement, surveillance and algorithm deployed produced sort of outcomes that were discriminatory of minority communities, and which are the same communities that have already been stigmatized and impacted by law enforcement. And there is also evidence of AI recognition software used by the US law enforcement that, similar to what our GSSB member mentioned, doesn't really do a good job of recognizing non-white facial features. So it has led to false imprisonment and false convictions. So it's not just labor, but it depends on how widespread these tools are being adopted. Yeah.
Thank you. That's been a very interesting discussion on that issue. Can we move to the next recommendation? Any comments on this one here, carrying sector-specific impact research? Tomu.
Thank you so much. And again, really appreciate this super detailed and research, which I'd like to congratulate and your team. And my question is, you didn't think about developing the sector guidance or sector document for this, major tech companies. Basically, wherever digitalization impact in different sectors, it depends on how tech industry behave in the end. It's mostly GAFAM and OpenAI and so on and so forth. So as far as we, get their performance, their conduct right, then, kind of major digitalization issue could be resolved, I think. So I think it's for most of the reporters and the stakeholders, their kind of concerns or interests, it's mainly concentrated on these companies, small number of companies. So yeah, let me hear your thoughts about when talking about sectors and why not focusing on only those companies in the first place.
Thank you, Tomo. In fact, this is the reason why we consider that is important to advance as a sector standard advances, that we keep an eye on the different impacts of digitalization in the sectors, meaning that there will be sectors with a relatively limited amount of digitalization related impacts, and there will be sectors where this is the key impact or one of the key impacts, and it would require a lot of attention. As you have mentioned, you have the software companies, the platforms, which we still don't have them in our pipeline of sector standards to come. But when they come, we will need to indeed put a lot of attention on that. That's important for the whole recommendation about the digitalization impacts, that of course anything outside this specific recommendation is for sector agnostic impacts. That is, we need to consider disclosures and recommendations that apply to all companies. And then after, on top of that, we need to admit that there are certain industries, certain sectors in which those digitalization related impacts will be much more prominent, much more specific. I will need to pay to them much more attention. Indeed, is going to be a very, very challenging sector standard. That one I don't even want to think how we are going to tackle it.
Thank you very much. And recommendation, next one, 4. Thank you. Recommendation 4. Any comments on this one? Jeff.
Thanks. Yeah, when I saw this one, my first thought immediately was that you already have so much work done and so much material that you could easily produce a few, white papers or things like that. Just to, I don't know if we have we published anything on this in informal materials as GRI. So anyway, just a thought here that that should be pretty easy to produce, because you've already done the hard part. And I think the market is certainly interested in hearing GRI's voice on this. So that could be a relatively light lift as a first way to publish on it. So anyway, long way of saying I agree with this recommendation.
Yeah, as part of the strategic direction for GI and manifesting the GI standards also as the blueprint for the practice that will be ahead of us, right? Hopefully in corporate reporting, that certainly from a mission perspective of GI, we should be pushing, anchoring ourselves in these themes that are not covered by others, because they are dealing more with legacy issues when practice emerge, and being at the forefront, and doing that not necessarily through standard setting only. That's definitely one of the considerations. As part of the work progression, we will be bringing this back, because what we've been discussing in the team is how to use these pieces of research then as part of thought leadership offerings that we have, There is also, I think, a keen interest in our membership, for example, the organization supporting GRI to have these type of discussions as a theme that permeates their interaction with GRI, and we keep returning to this and reflecting on how this evolves.
Thank you all very much. And the final recommendation, number 5. Thank you. Any comments on this one? Okay. I think we've sort of discussed that anyway as we've gone along. Can I ask Miguel Alpa, have you got what you need from this for this to progress this?
Certainly, this was quite a fruitful and insightful conversation, and thank you for all your comments and suggestions.
And thank you very much for all your work. As a number of people commented, it's an excellent paper. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we can take a break now and come back in around 25 minutes at 11 a.m. Amsterdam time. Thank you. Can I just remind people checking out, you have to check out before 11. I think we're ready to go live now. Oops, perhaps we already are. Okay, I think. Oops. I think we've established through that little glitch that we are now live and we can commence our next session on the GRI topic project for economic impacts. And we have Matthew here to kick off the discussion. Thank you, Matthew.
Thanks, Carol, and good morning to you all, GSSB. So I look. Great. So thanks, Carol, and good day to GSSB. I look forward to the opportunity to speak to you all today about the project to revise GRI's topic standards on economic impact, with a particular focus on the revision of GRI 201, which deals with economic performance. So the primary objective of today's session is really to present on some of the solutions that we have developed as part of the revision for the standard, and which were contained in the working paper which was shared with you all ahead of today's session, and ultimately, hopefully, come to an agreement with the GSSB on some of these proposals. So we'll also be providing a brief update on the status of the project, and being cognizant of time, I will keep it quite brief so that so the GSSB have enough time at the end of the presentation for any feedback or comments. So very quickly, to give a brief overview of what we've been doing to date on this project. So remember, this is a portfolio of work which we have decided to take a phased approach with, which means we are dealing with several various standards at different phases of the project. Phase 1 deals specifically with GRI 201, and we've managed a number of milestones with the working group thus far. So we've engaged quite extensively with them through full working group sessions. We've also had really productive focus subgroup sessions with the working group experts, and also engaged with a number of technical content experts external to the working group, as well as had numerous document reviews. We've also recently now kicked off phase 2 of the project, which deals concurrently with the topic standards on anti-corruption, anti-competitive behavior, and public policy. And we are in the midst of conducting our formal scoping exercise for these topics in collaboration with the working group. I think what's been really useful with this phase is that we had quite substantial support from the Standards Division research team, which did quite extensive research around these topics and has helped to kind of inform our engagement with the working group in the form of the scoping exercise, as well as bilateral interviews we've been holding with them over the course of this month. So with that, I would like to move on to the proposals that we put forward for the revision of the standard, which is really the focus of today's discussion. So to start off with, this slide really just attempts to illustrate a key theme which we found emerging from the discussions with the working group related to GRI 201, which I think puts into context the proposals which I'll chat to on the following slide. And that is of the standard potentially offering a unique opportunity for GRI to provide a space where impact will remain the focus, of course, but is then further strengthened by leveraging financial statement information in a much more coherent and effective way than has been done in the past. And in so doing, also looking to facilitate greater interoperability and complementarity of the standard with those of our peers in the space. So in the illustration, essentially each circle represents a sphere of influence of the reporting organizations. I've included here GRI and ISSB, for instance. And then each concentric circle, which in the GRI sphere of influence, will then represent an additional layer of content that we believe could enhance the existing standard. So what this really speaks to is about the opportunity to push the content towards the boundary of what falls under GRI's mandate, with the aim of positioning our standards closer to those of our peers, and then also as a bridge between financial accounting and impact reporting. Now, I think really depending on the perspective you take, there are probably various ways to do this. But in the project working group, I think we've decided to take a more balanced approach, which we believe provides a step up in terms of the quality of disclosures and the content that we include in the standard, while also keeping in mind GRI's mission. I think staying true to the system of standards that to which we are beholden, and I think also ensuring that the type of information that we are requiring to be reported aligns with what reporting organizations and report users want to see or need from these standards. So I'll go through these content revision proposals in more detail the next slide, but I think key to note here is something you may have noticed on point 5, which speaks to the integration of measurement and impact valuation methodologies within this standard as part of the revision. And this was something that was raised by our working group because of the potential links that it may have here. Now, work being done in this space broadly seeks to, I think, among other things, determine monetary value and assign monetary values to impact on nature and on people in order to improve information available for decision making. So while we as GRI acknowledge the importance of understanding and being aware of these developments and the role that this type of information could play in terms of complementing our standards, I think the feedback from the working group was that the GRI standard may not actually be the most appropriate place for these types of valuation methodologies. And I mean, they kind of cited a number of reasons for this. One of them being that a number of these valuation methodologies lack maturity at this stage and still require quite substantial refinement. I think there was also a point being raised around how it tends to be counter to GRI's mission, this idea of putting value on nature and people. I think also key to note is that what was flagged by the working group is that it's quite complex for organizations to conduct these type of valuations. And we have to keep in mind that the GRI standards are global standards and geared towards all organizations. So that for us means this is unlikely to be an option within our standards. So I think the takeaway here is really that we see that there is quite a lot of potential scope to enhance these standards and our space to do so, while maintaining true to the GRI standards and staying within our mandate, but also I think enhancing the sustainability reporting environment in general by moving closer to our peers. So what are the ways in which this can be achieved? So you would have seen in the working paper that I shared ahead of the session, we have proposed 3 broad areas which we think should be prioritized in the revision of the GRI 201 standard. So I'll just go through these at a very high level in the session. So I think firstly, the first one relates to the purpose. And what we mean here is that the working group suggested that in the existing standard, we are seeing a mismatch between what the standard sets out to do and what is required to be disclosed. So we see for sure there is a financial component between all 4 of the disclosures, but the thread kind of linking these disclosures and the ideas behind them isn't quite there, we believe. So what we hope to do is actually clarify the intent of the standard towards, as you can see here, more the ways in which an organization impacts the economy through the creation, the harnessing and distribution of monetary value among stakeholders over time. So really, how can we set the standard in a more clear and logical way to kind of explain these connections between how the organization operates and its ultimate impact on the economy? Secondly, the feedback indicated that the standard is quite limited in terms of context needed to actually make the financial information required useful for report users. So what we are saying here is this could include information around how the organization plans to create monetary value, but also around for whom, which is something that's not currently captured in the existing standard. And really, I think, speaks to the shift that we're seeing in organizations thinking not solely about profit maximization, but also value creation for various stakeholders. So having said this, the working group proposed that specific business model linked disclosures could be a way of addressing some of these issues. And the reason for this is I think the business model disclosures really give a space for us to help organizations kind of describe some of the key aspects related to the way that they create value through their operations and the impact this could have. I know this can also be extended to risks and dependencies, but for our purposes, the focus is on impact. And I think also because what we're seeing is that financial statements provide, we believe, only a partial view of value creation. And the introduction of these disclosures could therefore be quite a useful addition in terms of complementing the financial disclosure, the information that we are already asking. And you know, maybe even looking beyond what you'd see in a traditional business model linked disclosures, which tend to focus on kind of cash model, cash flow perspective. So inputs add value and sell. We could go much deeper in terms of the type of information we request. And then finally, we propose the value added statement approach to disclose financial information through a social value lens of an organization. And I think this is really a step up from the existing 2011 disclosure. But the value added statement is really a general purpose statement and a continuation of your standard financial reporting. So when reconciled with financial accounting information, really provides audiences, general audiences, I think very importantly, with a better sense of how an organization creates and distributes value and to whom. So which categories of stakeholders are receiving this value and how does it compare relative to one another. So I think this provides greater insight for report users as well as reporters into the way in which organizations value their stakeholders and how this can change over time. But it's also quite a flexible tool in that it accommodates a number of notes which provide kind of qualitative information to kind of substantiate further what you're seeing within the disaggregation of the line items which would be included in the value added statement. So I think just to sum up here, the standard and particularly 2011 are one of the most widely reported, at least the disclosure is, in terms of GRI topic standards. And so I think there's a real opportunity here. However, we believe it's currently telling only half the story. So how can we, through implementing these changes, look to generate more meaningful and a more complete set of information that helps to enhance transparency for organizations and report users as well. So this slide, I think, really just attempts, apologies. So this slide really just attempts to illustrate what these issues could mean practically for the standard. So you'll see here in this table, we've kind of laid out the structure of the existing standard in the first column, while the second column covers or provides a visual representation of the scale of the expected revision for each section and disclosures. And then the final column just provides a very brief assessment of these changes. Now, this is not meant to be complete or exhaustive, but more just to give a sense of where we think focus is needed and what may be required based on the discussions to date. So with that said, I would like to stop here and give the GSSB an opportunity just to share any thoughts or feedback you may have. If there are any general remarks, then I'd encourage those first, because the subsequent slides are really set out to address each proposal individually and then engage with them one by one, see if we can get agreement on them. So if they pertain to a particular proposal, that will be covered. If it's more general, then maybe we can start with that. Thanks, Carol.
Thank you very much, Matthew. There's clearly a lot of interest in this. On general comments, I fully agree on the conclusions that you've come to with respect to monetary valuations, that can detract from our focus on the most significant impacts of organizations, because any valuation of impacts is somewhat subjective. And once something has been given a monetary value, that tends to be what gets focused on. at the expense of the things which haven't been given a monetary value. So fully agree with that. Sticking to the general comments then, Jeff and then Peter. Jeff, you had a comment?
Sure. Thanks, Carol. I remember when I was reading it, there was a note about basically that the disclosures don't address the value, so to speak, that the organization is taking from natural systems. And my, I guess, request is, can you walk me through, is that still kind of left out of the new proposal? Did I understand that correctly in the first place? And is there another place in the GRI standards that addresses that and allows organizations to disclose on that?
So extraction from natural systems, so the environment, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I think that's what's quite interesting. So that's more to the value-added statement. So, I mean, I think what's really useful about that is that it does accommodate the environment as a stakeholder within the disclosures around how value is distributed to the environment and in which ways this happens. In terms of how the extraction happens, so I mean, one thing that was raised quite often is this idea of externalities and how they are not typically accommodated within financial statements, so that it's, you know, how can we then speak in a value-added statement? And I think the way you can do that with the value-added statement is to actually assess the difference in how value is distributed. So, for example, if you are recruiting, if you're a mine and you recruit labor within for a mine or for whatever organization, under the line item for labor, you would assign value to employees based where the current site is, so the headquarters, for instance, but that may also reveal that you're also employing employees in another market. And any disparities that exist there, so if you're paying employees in the current market much higher than the other market, that indicates that you're extracting value from employees in the other market in order to create value for yourself. So I think through disclosures like that and complementary notes, you can get a sense of how value is moving around, and this can help guide how the organization is thinking about its value of these stakeholders. So short answer, it is included in there as a line item. It isn't currently in 2011, so that will be a useful addition. But we also would, I think the business model disclosures would be helpful in kind of supplementing that and asking those questions around how an organization views that particular stakeholder as well.
Thank you very much. So sticking to general comments, and we'll get to the proposals in a moment. Peter, then Deborah, and then Corley just now, I see. And then Tomo, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think that what you're proposing is it's a big shift and it's a good one. The idea of shifting to a value-added statement, distribution of the wealth that's being created. I wanted to point out that you come up with some precedents and how it's already been done in various contexts. I think it's worth pointing out that I think the global system of national accounts, and certainly as practiced in Australia, they do publish revenues per employee. And with the labour costs being included in the revenue figure still, rather than taken out as a cost of production. So that aspect is already being covered in the system of national accounts, so there's a precedent for it. The other precedent is that in various industries, mining in particular, but also I believe in other sectors, particularly where the companies are under pressure on their justifying their existence in terms of sustainability performance, they do publish separate documents, so not necessarily part of their sustainability report, but they publish documents in the mining sector on taxes paid, wages paid to employees and contractors, wages, payments to community organisations and payments to suppliers. So in a way that's reflecting that issue. So that's actually a common practice. It's not actually required by financial reporting standards. and it's not necessarily part of their GRI report, but they're doing it already. So I think, yeah, there are precedents in that area. I have a couple of technical points, but I'll leave those for later.
Thank you. So that's more on proposal 2, I think, that input. So we'll come back to that with any other comments on proposal 2 in a moment. So Deborah.
Sure, thank you. Deborah Ng, representing the investment constituency. Question, I mean, I thought it was very interesting, and I think it will take a while for people, especially on the investment side, to sort of wrap their head around the idea of sort of measuring this value-added statement. It's quite new, and as your document pointed out, it's not something that is quite standard. So I'm just wondering how you're thinking about it was said that, this is probably one of the most widely reported GRI section. How will these changes impact the adoption rate of GRI 201, and how are we thinking about sort of educating and really just socializing this concept with current reporters? And then the last thing was a little bit of a minor thing. When I was thinking about value-added statement, I think it seems to be more like distributed, like how the value add is distributed. And so maybe some thoughts on why we went from distributed value add to a value add statement. Thank you.
If we could just hold that again, because that's also more around proposal 2. So if we collect all the comments on proposal 2, and I'll let you come back to that in a moment. But this is all good input. Thank you. Corley?
Thanks, Carol. I guess this is perhaps also more relating to proposal 2, but it is kind of a general comment, and it's just really about balancing the difference between monetary value and economic value, which is potentially a broader concept, and has more qualitative kind of aspects. And I don't know if it's a question that the working group has perhaps thought about, or maybe just in going forward with the project as the indicators are developed, just to keep that in the back of their minds, that that the two concepts are not necessarily confused or perhaps combined as one concept, but that both aspects are borne in mind.
Okay, I think that one's a bit broader than proposal 2. Do you want to respond to that, Matthew?
Yeah, so I mean, I think it does touch on. Yeah, thanks. So thanks, Carol. So I think, yeah, it's a broader question. And I think it is something that we firstly are grappling with in terms of the definitions that we used. So as a group, we have been working to revise what we mean by economic performance, and also thinking about how that relates to the standard. In terms of this particular issue, so I believe its relation to the value-added statement point is that we have to be very clear about what the value-added statement can and cannot do, what it does and does not offer. I think it does speak to Deborah's point to an extent as well, but the type of terminology we use will need to be really defined and very clear for users, because the value-added statement has its limits and its focus is on monetary flows rather than some broader issue of value, which is very vague and can be quite ambiguous for a lot of people. So we will make sure to highlight that in as we go forward to ensure there's no confusion. But it's a good point, and it's something that has been raised with working group members.
Is this a general comment, Mario?
No, it's really to build on the comments Matthew's making.
Okay, on you go.
So I think back to Kelly's point about the difference between monetary and economic, and I think that's been something we've been discussing a lot. So what we're trying to solve for here is that often the pricing of resources leads to externalities because they're not priced properly. And so they're kind of underpriced. So if you think about natural resources, often the price paid doesn't take into account the impacts that, you know, extracting all those resources from the environment will have. And so this gets to this whole point around dependencies. And I think it's kind of important for GSSB also to think about, you know, in the context of the discussion yesterday, how this loops into that concept of the dependencies of the business model on the existence of natural resources, human resources, to continue to make this business model viable. So this is trying to kind of unpack that concept, if that helps. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Tomu.
Hi, thank you. And one of my point is very close to the Peter, and really I appreciate. And the other things, it's, you know, really I appreciate you going forward, talking about business model and the value creation, but which is also, you know, very closely linked to the integrated reporting. So if we go through, you know, this development, it somehow we have to be kind of clear about the relationship with integrated reporting, or, you know, providing the guidance for those who are doing the already integrated reporting. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. And that's probably linked a little bit to proposal 1 to update the purpose of the standard. I thought it was a very good discussion in the paper on the challenges in proposal 1. I don't particularly like the use of what I consider jargon, stakeholder capitalism and stakeholder governance. It would be nice if we could explain what we mean rather than use that jargon, I think. Does anybody else have any comments on proposal 1? Okay, I think probably take that people are generally happy with proposal 1 then, Matthew?
Yeah.
Thank you. There's no clear objections to proceeding with that one. Thank you. And then on to proposal 2, which we've touched on a little bit already. I wonder if, in better keeping with our mission, rather than use value-added statement, we might use something like financial or economic impact on stakeholders.
Sorry, it's just different here, Carol, but yeah. No, it's fine. It's just in the document it was
Different numbers.
the same proposals, yeah.
Okay. So you're confusing me there. Thank you. Okay, so proposal, I'm looking at the proposals as numbered in the paper.
Sure.
So as to proposal 2, this was a comment about the name value added statement. And I wonder if we could maybe stick to something which is more in line with our language and purpose, such as financial or economic impact on stakeholders. But does anybody else have any comments on that? Or would you like to respond to that? Harold, you poised to respond to that?
Not really. I think there were some small comments on this one, so just take this back and then take it back to the working group.
Okay. Bastian and then Jeff.
Just one quick addition. I think what was raised is that value is a concept that is really in the eye of the beholder and has very different interpretations. Certainly in light of our mission, where there is also a normative reference point for many of the things that we consider in our disclosures. So we will have to look at the language, and one thing that I think we have to recognize that there is emerging practice, and it oftentimes gets certain catchy terminology attached to it to sell it, and for GRI to then stay close to the concept where it adds value to our mission, but not necessarily use the same language. I think that's a consideration for us, also in light of the global system, because I would recognize the point if we now start to emulate other processes like the integrated reporting process that have looked at value in a very specific way, that and then GI coming in to express value in another way or slightly different way, then that will not help the harmonization aspect of things, right?
And just a brief comment to add to that. I thought I recall, I read the paper a few days ago now, but I thought I recalled that basically the value added statement uptake has not been massive yet. So timing wise, it sounds like we may not be giving much up by moving away from it. Just a thought.
For me, it's not clear how to link sustainability commitments with economic performance. I can give you an example. For us, economic performance, we disclose direct, indirect, and induced impact coming from the full value chain, from suppliers, direct operations, going to customers, the families of our employees, how they spend, and it is a model that we use a consultant to do this because it's a complex model. And at the end, we get the figures with monetary values. And we have even the percentage of the GDP that we create in the country X, for example. It should be per country or per region. And how to link this with the sustainability performance, these monetary units. I'm not clear how the organization should disclose this.
How to link sustainability with economic
Commitments with this economic performance.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. Yeah, so I think the thinking here is that by providing additional context in the form of either the notes in the value added statement or whatever we call it, or through the business model disclosures, what we're doing is providing an insight for report users about an organization's policies and its direction related to sustainability. So how does sustainability inform its plans for the short, medium, and long term, and how are its operations then adjusted around sustainability, or whether that happens or not? What are their commitments to sustainability that would be included around a business model or some purpose disclosure? And the value-added statement then provides evidence around whether this is being adhered to or followed through on in their operations, or in how the value they create is distributed to stakeholders. So that's how we see that connection happening, and the two kind of reinforcing one another. Whereas now you're just having a financial information which is duplicated from financial statements, but we don't have the context or the ability to test the veracity of what they're saying. So that's the idea around that. That makes.
And do you mean also to express monetary terms of commitments, how it will take us? What is the percentage of the revenue or profit?
Yeah, so,
too far away?
So for instance, by sustainability commitments, you mean we are committing X dollars to a certain initiative, so decarbonization.
No, for example, sustainability commitment of reaching net zero.
Okay.
There is a monetary value in that.
Yeah. So, I mean, what's nice about this is actually we envision that it helps us to link to other disclosures within GRI, right? So we have our climate change standard being developed now, and if there are disclosure information linked to these sustainability commitments, then this value-added statement can reference that and provide financial evidence of that happening or not. So we see them kind of mutually supporting other standards within GRI's topic standard portfolio, if done correctly. I think there is that potential with this.
Okay, and it will be described in the standard.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Most of the natural resources are not properly priced, or we don't have any guidelines. For example, water. Some companies start carbon pricing so you can add value in terms of impact. But again, I think the section 2, which is the business model, look at the food and beverage industry where water is core of their business. So it would be more of a qualitative statement as far as disclosure is concerned, and very difficult to give a number to it. Accept the fact what are the number is required by the statutory financial reporting, like created value, how much you paid for social security, how much you paid for suppliers, salary, directors, etc. So as a GRI, within our mandate, otherwise we are leading into a direction which is very hard to say, yes, this is enough. That's so sectoral approach would be very important. In fact, an organization, how appropriately they disclose about the business model, that's the key to define the impact.
Yeah, maybe just one reaction to the discussion on value-added statement in general. I think we will have to go back and develop many of these things in light of the commentary today, but also the working group has flagged that there is a lot more substantive work to be done in terms of fleshing this out and positioning this also. When you go back to that centric circles and how it actually fits within our disclosure frame. I think one thing that we will for sure bring back once we have a more cohesive piece on this is this reflection on whether this is leadership practice that is a recommendation within the standard or whether it's a disclosure that forms a requirement. And I think that evaluation also still has to take place because there are arguments for and against positioning contents like this, but this is definitely at the forefront of a development that hasn't actually really had an impact on the practice of many companies, right? And that's always an important discussion. So GI can play a role in nurturing this, and if it is indeed adding to the disclosure that we want to capture from our mission perspective, that's certainly useful. But how we do that, that's an important discussion that we will come back to with you also when this is more fleshed out.
But sorry, just a final point, Carol, just to answer Deborah's question. I think what's really nice about the value-added statement approach is that 2011 is almost it's already a simplified version of the value-added statement. So a lot of the elements are already there. We're not proposing an overhaul. I think we're just refining it. There's some technical errors that exist, and there's additions, as Jeff pointed out, that we could already add value through. And I think in terms of how reporters engage with it, what's also what we put there as a really big bonus is that we're not necessarily asking reporters to go and collect a lot of new information. So if they are engaged in financial reporting and produce financial statements, they should have this information already. We're just asking them to disaggregate it in a way that provides greater insight around their impacts. So they have the line items. How do you disaggregate that and get useful information out of it? So I think that's what's really useful in terms of how we see it impacting existing reporting. I mean, I think it should continue, to be honest, yeah.
Thank you. Now, if we could go to proposal 3 in the paper, which, as I understand it, is to have disclosures on the business model as they relate to economic impacts in this particular standard. But I wondered, does that not then privilege economic impacts above social and environmental impacts? And should we not wait to amend GRI 2 and have this GRI 2.22 guidance as a requirement? So I think we already state there that the organization has to disclose how its purpose, business strategy, and business model aim to prevent negative impacts and achieve positive impacts on the economy, environment, and people. And wouldn't there be a concern that if we specified that more in a different standard related to economic impacts, we might be seen as privileging those economic impacts?
Thanks, Carol. So I think this was a point raised by Bastian as well, in that, you know, there may be a separate discussion related to the business model within the context of our general, you know, disclosures. So that was a question that I think we had even within the working group, whether it makes sense for us to already start thinking about some economic performance specific aspects of the business model that would make sense for this topic, or whether, you know, we wait until we can develop more comprehensive and holistic general disclosures related to the business model. I'm not sure what the best way is. I think the working group felt strongly that the business model disclosures would add value to this topic. But whether, I mean, I'm sure the argument could be made that they add value to a number of topics as well. So yeah, it's really up to yeah, we need further discussion there.
I think we discussed that towards the end of last year, that business model disclosure, as it finds its way into regulation, the ESRS in particular, that's one of these, I think, elements where regulation is actually probably faster than GRI in developing detail on certain disclosure practice. So one, it's extremely helpful to have this in developing recommendations, but we will have to have a discussion on where we place this in the wider process, whether that's a recommendation indeed influencing GRI2 and what the timeline of that is, how it could still be part of this standard in the interim. I think what we're seeing with the interplay of topic standards and sector standards, where we're also replacing contents, depending what we decide on timelines of a review of GRI2, we could probably have contents in the economic standard that then are superseded by and move eventually into the GRI2. That's possible as well. But we're always, I think with the universal standards, we're always faced with this element of when do you open up these broader standards that cover a wider range of things, because if you do that on a very regular cadence, the change is probably not helpful for practitioners. At the same time, I think Carol, your point is very important about privileging a certain perspective within the sustainable development parameters. That has always been tricky for GI.
To me, that sounds like a very sensible way forward. So you engage with the expert now on this one, and then we consider where we put that, and with the likelihood of that being something for GRI2 when that is when that's updated. Are there any other comments on this proposal, or any other reflections on the whole document? At this point, anyone want to come back? You all feel your points have been satisfactorily answered? Peter?
I had a few technical issues. I referred to earlier the revenue per employee in the national system of national accounts. This then brings up the issue of definition of employees versus worker. And for the purposes of GRI reporting, it'd actually be an interest of the companies to include as payments to as many workers as possible in their value contribution to other parties. The existing payments exist in terms of per employee. And reporting systems, the main ones that the business world uses, which have revenue per employee. And employers did work out that if they do improvements in cost of shift workers from being directly employed by contractors, that is the easiest way to get a big hit in revenue per employee. That is that issue to overcome. The position that the least workers were employees and workers whose work is controlled by the organisation. Page 8 and 9. There's a chart about what goes into value added, figure 2. And then there's table 3 or figure 3. There's actually inconsistency between those two. In the reverse distribution, I figure on figure 2, you've got salaries, which again is the employees versus non-employees issue, but taxes, interest, donations, but there's not suppliers there. But in figure 3, the value added created has suppliers not in the direct costs. I'm not sure how much gets included in direct costs then if you take suppliers out and put them in the value added section. That said, as I said earlier, the mining companies are already doing it. Big mining companies publish statements about economic contribution, which has a line item for payments to suppliers. So, but there are technical issues about which side, as well as which side employees go on. I think that's fairly clear in this, but suppliers, do they go in the direct costs or do they go in the value added? So that's something to be considered.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, this is actually from a value-added statement of a mining company in Mexico. Well, this is the figure 2 is it's an illustration. So, but definitely note the points, and we'll raise that with the working group. Thanks.
I think the first point Peter raised is a very good example of how putting a monetary value on something or a cost on something distorts behavior. And that's something we need to be very careful of, I think, in selecting disclosures to put forward in this standard. Sorry, Ganga.
Generally, the supplier cost is more of a indirect cost because that's not a fixed cost, and part of the value addition or shared value creation, by most of the guidelines around the financial reporting. It could be an exception for mining because of different nature, but in general, industry-wide, supplier cost is a part of shared value, outflow, and not the direct cost. Direct cost is largely the employee cost, including the social security.
Maybe it could be percentage local supply. From other continent. It is still value for the other continent, but not for your local operations.
Okay, any other comments from GSSB members? So can I ask Matthew and Harold, have you got what you need from this discussion? Matthew?
Thanks, Carol. Yeah, I think just to, I guess, explicitly ask the GSSB if there are any objections to us proceeding with any of the 3 proposals. We've, of course, taken all the inputs into account, and we'll take that back to the working group. But, I mean, we don't need to go through each of these slides, but can we proceed? And is there agreement around that, is the question.
I think you can take it that there was agreement around that, but with some provisos and some amendments and things to consider as you take these proposals forward, which you will have a note of, no doubt, from the recording and the summary of the meeting. Thank you. Okay, so I think that finishes that discussion. Thank you very much, Matthew, for all the work that you're doing on that. It's pleasing to see the progress on this topic standard development. Thank you. Since this morning's session, we have heard that we do now have a GSSB member to have some oversight of the financial services sector project. Thank you very much, Rebecca, for putting your hand in for that. And you will need to be given some information of what's expected of a GSSB member who's not a member of the technical expert committee, but is there to have oversight. It will be less involved than being a member of the expert committee. Thank you very much, especially given that there's 3 different financial sector services standards under development, as you will be well aware. So that so thank you very much for that, for coming forward for that. We do now have a break coming up for lunch before then looking at the project on climate change and the feedback from that, which will be very interesting to look into in more detail after lunch. So this is then an hour and 10 minutes before we come back at 1 p.m. Amsterdam time. See you all again soon. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. This afternoon's session starts with a update and discussion on our standard project for climate change and a discussion around the feedback that we've received on the exposure draft, which promises to be an interesting discussion. Over to you, Margarita.
Thank you, Carol. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to meet and see the one of you that I haven't met before. So today, the idea is to give you an overview. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's me.
Oh, sorry. Just trying to move in the slide. An overview of the engagement that we organized around the public commenting period for the climate project, and also an overview of the top feedback that we received during the public commenting period. Just waiting for the slide. Okay. So we'll just start sharing an overview of the timeline for the climate project. So as you know, we launched the PCP back in November last year, around the time of the last climate COP28. And the PCP ended at the end of February. Then from March till over the summer, we spent time analyzing carefully all of the feedback received during the PCP, and we organized some subgroup and technical committee meeting to discuss the feedback with the technical committee. We are just back from New York because we organized our first in-person technical committee meeting for the project during the Climate Week in New York, when we had 2 full days of discussion with the technical committee, and it was an occasion to discuss the remaining open issues toward the finalization of the content. Then we are now aiming to send the draft standards for the technical review in a few weeks, so at the beginning of November. Then we will have a last technical committee meeting in December. There will be a fatal flow meeting for the TC. And then the editorial review is scheduled in January. And then we are aiming to present the final standards to you for approval in March meeting next year. And then publication and rollout are scheduled from April onward next year. Then moving to the next slide, this is to share and give you an idea of the engagements that we organized during the public commenting period. So we organized global and regional events, both virtual and in person. We also organized the event during COP28 in Dubai. We reached out a global audience of about 10,000 people with all of the engagements and events. We also organized regional events, particularly targeting regions where we were hoping to test and receive feedback on the content. So for example, in regions like Africa, where we organized workshop during mining in Daba, and also a dedicated webinar, or Latin America, where we organized dedicated regional webinars in Spanish and in Portuguese, but also some engagement in Asia with an event in China. These are a few pictures of the event and the engagement. And this is an overview of the number of submissions that we received. So we received 92 submissions during the public consultations. And as I said, we've been reviewing them very carefully in the past months. And it's an overview of the how the submissions received are distributed among constituencies and regions. So starting with constituencies, the majority in institutions, about 65%, followed by business enterprises, about 30% of them, and then by civil society, around 22%. And then regarding regions, I will say the submissions were well distributed among different regions. So 30% were received by Europe, 20% or over 20% by North America, followed by 50% by Asia and 50% by Latin America, and then followed by Africa and Oceania. And then this is an overview of some of the top feedback that we received on the 2 drafts. So starting with the climate change and just transition draft standard. I have to say that in general, the feedback that we received were mainly in appreciation of the structure and on the content. So there are no major changes to the structure of the standards. There are, of course, some changes following the different feedback, but not major and substantial ones. One of the top feedback that we received was about transition and adaptation plans disclosure. So the feedback were questioning whether we should keep the two disclosures separated or to merge them in one disclosure. And the rationale and reasoning was that, of course, those are two interconnected strategies, and there are common elements in transition and adaptation plan. But there were discussions with the technical committee, and the suggestion of the technical committee is to keep the disclosure separately, because of course there are also different set of impacts that might arise from the different strategies. So of course what we did is that we added additional guidance to explain that of course the two strategies are interconnected and there are common elements. So in case those elements are reported under one, a reference is enough, but it was considered, the suggestion was to keep them separate because they are important strategies with also some different elements, and then most importantly can lead to different set of impacts from an impact point of view. Another feedback was about the concept of just transition and the need to apply the concept also to adaptation strategies and not just to transition plan. So in this case, the suggestion and direction of the technical committee was to extend the application of just transition also to adaptation strategies. And this was done by referencing adaptation strategies in the just transition disclosure, so that all the metrics apply on both plans and strategies, transition and adaptation. But also a requirement was added under the adaptation plan disclosure, so that to ask to report also how the principle of just transition inform the adaptation plan. And then the other top feedback on the climate draft was about greenhouse gas removals, and in particular scope 3 removals. So in the exposure draft, the requirement was to report both scope 1 and scope 3 removals, but the feedback were pointing out on the difficulty and challenges to report on scope 3 removals. And because of course there are still some methodology under development, the suggestion and direction of the technical committee is to move the scope 3 removals to the guidance, so that is not required anymore. And this is those are the top feedback for the climate change standard. Of course, you received also an overview of all of the feedback, so happy to discuss any questions you might have. And moving to the energy draft standard, there are two top feedback that we received. One is about the management disclosure, so about EN1 disclosure, and the comments were suggesting a lack of a requirement on reporting impacts associated with the energy consumption. Therefore, the suggestion of the technical committee was to add this requirement. So now this requirement is added to the draft standard under EN1 to report impacts associated with energy consumption. And of course, there are also new guidance added to the disclosure on how to report these impacts with examples, impacts on people and the environment, and also some examples on how to report on the stakeholder engagement around those management strategies. And then the other top feedback was about the disclosure EN3, so the reporting on upstream and downstream energy consumption, because of the feedback received were pointing out on the complexity and unfeasibility and or lack of methodology to report on the energy consumption in the value chain. So we've been discussing with the technical committee what was the best direction, and basically the suggestion is to keep the disclosure and the requirement as it is, because it was considered to be valuable information, also to be able, in terms of transparency, to be able to see information on the energy consumption in the value chain. But of course, we added guidance and we slightly amended the requirement to make sure that the information is not mandatory for each 15 categories of the scope 3, but to the main ones. And also that estimations can be used in case of lack of data, of challenges in reporting or availability of methodology. So these were the top feedback received on the energy draft standards. I will pause here, but happy to discuss any other comments or feedback that you might have on the ones received.
Thanks, Margarita. Just on that, literally the last point you raised about basically providing guidance that not all 15 categories of, I take it this is 15 categories of scope 3 supply chain, right? When you said only the main ones would still be required for upstream and downstream energy consumption, I assume the main ones for you would be purchase goods and services, energy purchases, and what else?
So thank you, Jeff. So first of all, here we are under the energy standard. So the scope 3 categories are pointed out as a help for organization to report as a reference. And of course, we don't pin or point out which are the main. So it's up to the organization to do a screening. And then if they're not able to report on all of them, they can report they shall report the most relevant for the organization. So
I think to see the data available, category 1, 3, 4 by and large is reported as most relevant, covering majority of the emissions. Because the energy related stuff we're talking about, so FARA, the category 2 is also become relevant. So practically, if to not lose the focus, it would be good if we can at least, leave it to the organization to report, but certain category which are common. Otherwise, without which scope 3 disclosure doesn't have any meaning if you don't disclose on certain category like 1 to 4, typically 1, 2, 3, 4.
Your comments on this particular point? Okay, Jennifer first, and then Tomo.
Thank you. And I think you may have answered my question in the discussion of Jeff. The scope 3 is defined by the greenhouse gas protocol as accounting for emissions. And you just clarified, I think, that you're using that language as reference for a useful way to organize this disclosure about energy. But I want to be careful that we're not codifying that, as the greenhouse gas protocol is not an energy accounting standard. So that's clear, I think, if it's simply a useful reference, which all of us understand. Thank you.
Just very quickly, thank you, Jennifer. It was just that exactly this was the type of comment. Of course, the greenhouse gas protocol is a reference source for the scopes accounting, and this is an energy standard. So the feedback were pointed out to a lack of authoritative methodology on that, but the decision was to use them as a reference to help organization reporting on it.
I think it's an area to be cautious, because just since people tend to extend that scope 3 language beyond how it's written, and so it's just something to be precise about a little bit. Yeah.
Just because I heard also GSB members talking about emissions. So clearly we took the decision also with the TC that the impacts from your energy consumption in your own operations, but also in your value chain, so scope 3 value chain, but also upstream, downstream, that this can have significant impacts. And that's why we want you to report on this. So if you look at other systems, they don't have the energy because everybody is focused on one indicator, and that's emissions. Of course, they are very well related, but not as such. It could even be that you don't have emissions, like a company only have renewables, and you still have energy use. And this can have heavy impacts. Even changing your energy use in a certain area can have huge impact on a society over there. Even in the tariffs they have to pay, for instance. So this is all about energy consumption. That's why we keep focusing on that. So if we talk about scope 3 here, it's only basically that we try to give a system classification, staying closely to something else. Well, logically, the greenhouse gas protocol, but not with the focus on emissions. It's about energy consumption.
Thank you, Harold. And before that, Margarita, Tomu?
Yeah, related point. It's actually you talk about estimation. What sort of methodology are you suggesting? Because it's for the moment scope 3, GHG accounting estimation using the input-output table and other estimation based on kind of purchasing amount of goods and services. Then if you use the same methodology for the energy accounting, then you get the same result, and then the vagueness and also kind of duplicating effort and accounting GHG and energy and using the same methodology. Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you so much for the feedback. So this was the discussion. So whether there was a global authoritative methodology we could source, but the technical committee didn't suggest to cite any specific source because apparently there is no one recognized methodology on how to account for that. But of course, we needed to give some guidance, and the 15 categories are the most known and used. And as Harold mentioned, the idea is that this disclosure is here because it's not just about emissions, but it's about energy consumption. So in 10 years' time or like in the future, even if you don't have GHG emissions, you still need to be able to, the information to report on energy consumption in the value chain was still considered to be extremely relevant, especially for transparency.
So about what was also Marguerite was saying, because I think that's what you also alluded to the let's say the more average things. If you don't have the figures, then you can use others. Well, there are in energy consumption, there are also a lot of kind of indicate or figures, for instance, per sector, for certain categories, which you can use. They're often, of course, they're not the optimistic one, they are the other ones, but at least this choice is there. So basically all our experts who were in this field said, well, this is absolutely the problem, it is there. So if you don't, even on energy consumption in the entire value chain, it's sometimes you simply don't know what figure to use. Then you go to IEA or the energy provider or your local energy provider and you get these average figures. That's what Margarita was alluding to. So the principle is the same as greenhouse gas emission, but these are not the emission figures because that's the emission standard. And we're talking here about energy consumption.
Yeah, I understand. At first, you kind of use different methodology for measuring GHG accounting and the energy, then makes sense. But if they opt for the same methodology for energy accounting, GHG accounting, then basically, touching the same thing. At least, and like proportionately the same.
Well, that's a big debate. There was a big debate. So this experts in our committee. And of course, there's a lot. Would have not any emission, and you still have to come up with this information. And where do you get your figures from? Either you calculate it yourself, or and it's still accounting. That's true. But unfortunately, there is not a energy accounting protocol as such, only one. That's the point we had in our working group. Great.
Whilst we're on metrics and noting the responses from some of the respondents that the calculation of the upstream and downstream energy consumption is challenging. Has there been any consideration about making this an optional recommended reporting requirement rather than a required in terms of, if you see what I mean?
Thank you, Carol. No, yes, there was some discussions, but the suggestion and the direction and the decision of the technical committee was not to do so because it was considered to be one of the most relevant information to be reported under the energy standard. And in my understanding of the discussion we had with the technical committee and also some other experts, because we also consulted with some external experts on the field, is that basically there are those methodologies. It's just that we are not at a level of maturity where there is one main global methodology comparable to the greenhouse gas protocol that we can cite or reference into the standard. So also back to the discussion just a moment ago, my understanding of the discussion is that those methodologies exist. Of course, there is not just one, and therefore the answer is that no, it was the technical committee suggestion is to keep the disclosure as a requirement. And also there were some discussion, should it be instead a qualitative requirement to maybe make it a little bit easier, but then the direction suggested was to keep it quantitative because it was considered possible to be reported against this.
Are there any other views on that? Because we keep being challenged all the time about the volume of reporting that we're asking of reporters. Any other GSSB members with views on that?
Yeah, so on the idea of this being burdensome and difficult and lacking a clear standard, I wonder if part of it is, what is the intent of the disclosure? Is it to capture where the significant emissions are in the value chain, or to be accurate and precise about what they are? And there's a difference there, right? We've learned in the Scope 3 emissions accounting, we've transitioned from this idea of where are the hot spots to, I want to see a 5% reduction every year, which is almost not measurable, right? So I guess my question is the intended purpose of the disclosure, and I guess my preference would be on the side of finding the hot spots in the energy use to be transparent, but not so much to be precise and accurate, just in consideration of the burden of doing that versus the value of having it.
And this is exactly the intention of the revision that we did after the public consultation. So this is why now the requirement has been slightly amended, and now it reads shall report the significant energy consumption, and that is exactly the approach and the aim. So to not to see the hotspot in emissions, but the hotspot in energy consumption. In the value chain. And this is why also we added that in case of estimations are used, they should be reported, but it's possible to, we lower down a little bit the ambition like that, but still suggesting the reporting.
Any other input onto this particular issue? Okay, then if I could then ask you, were there any strong points of agreement? I mean, most of the responses seem to be, there's just a few, which was a fairly low percentage of respondents who are disagreeing. It's below 10%, and the sum was 30%. So, yeah, I guess that they're low numbers, which is a good thing of objections to disclosures. Were there any that were particularly welcome that maybe don't exist in other standards?
Thank you, Carol. Yes, so in terms of appreciation of disclosure, so is the opposite approach. So anything you don't see in the document was an appreciation, but in general, it was mainly around all of the reporting, the impacts, and all of the reporting around the concept of just transition. So there were appreciation on the fact that just transition is well embedded into all the disclosures of the climate standard, but especially also in the dedicated disclosure. Also, the carbon credit disclosure was welcomed as a disclosure that will tend to aim to bring transparency on the market. So those were the main, the appreciation was mainly on that, and also on the structure of the standard and all of the subtopics that are included within the content.
good to hear, and I presume that that will be noted in a final response document on the Great, and that will be useful to bring out when the standard is finally launched, those parts that were liked. You've done quite a lot of webinars. You don't always get feedback through those webinars. Was the feedback that you did get of a similar nature? Were there any particular questions noted that kept coming up?
So I would say, so of course the webinars had different purposes. So the ones just at the beginning of the PCP was mainly to promote the fact that there was a PCP and also to explain what was in the content of the exposure draft, because it was a full new content and the audience had to first get familiar with the content. And then of course, like toward the second half of the public commenting period, then we dedicated more time to the questions and Q&A sessions. So in general, I have to say that we received again appreciation for the presence and of the concept of just transition and reporting on impacts associated with all of the climate-related topics that are covered within these standards. Of course, I also have to say that questions maybe or feedback chain were different based on the regions where we had those webinars. So of course, we also discussed in certain webinars and regions some challenges of reporting on scope 3, etc. But I have to say they weren't like proper feedback. They were mainly questions to the content, because it's a new content. It was a bit heavy because it's a long standard. So people were just getting familiar with it, I think.
Thank you very much. That's good to know. Does anybody have any other questions or observations on this, Peter?
Thank you. I noticed that CC1 and CC2 are transition and adaptation plans. They have a strong forward-looking component. When it comes to CC3 on just transition, it's a topic disclosure. There are metrics there about what's already happened. Were there any comments at all suggesting that the just transition bit should also have forward-looking statements? And if not, or assuming that not, is it the case that the technical committee or the standards division has a view that CC1, CC2 have enough material in them around forward-looking impacts with respect to the just transition issue and impact on workers and communities?
Thank you, Peter. So there was at least a few comments on this and then we had a conversation with the technical committee on it. And I will say that basically the discussion was whether we also had to include like how a just transition plan is developed, and to be able to also bring the just transition, not just like back forward metrics, but also from a future looking perspective. And this is why we amended the requirements in both adaptation and transition plan. And now we also include to describe how the transition plan and the adaptation plan is embedded in the principle of just transition. And I believe in the guidance, we also suggest to report how these plans interact and they're embedded with the principle. There was also the discussion whether we should include like how a just transition plan is developed, but the suggestion and direction is that there is no standalone just transition plan. Just transition should be part of the two strategies. So it wasn't considered to be needed.
Thank you, Margarita and the team. I just saw comments, a couple of them that were speaking to the comparability. So I'm wondering what your response is to, for instance, comments on energy intensity, the ability to compare it. And I think I also saw the other comment about aligning with the IFRS ISSB standard on, I think, financial materiality of investments on just transition or something. So how do you respond to those kinds of comments?
Thank you. So starting with the energy intensity, we received that comment, and the discussion was that, of course, this is a sector agnostic standard, so we cannot get too specific within this standard because it has to be valid for across sectors. That's a challenge. And the idea is that then it will be submitted to the sector programs that, of course, like, for example, disclosure like energy intensity should be considered to be more specific, but from a sector perspective, because the technical committee didn't suggest to get any more specific within a sector agnostic standard. And regarding interoperability, we always aim to develop the content of every standard, I imagine, but especially this one, in terms of interoperability. So I have to say that we never receive feedback on red flags on items that are not interoperable within the landscape and the other framework and standards. So so that was the feedback we received and the discussion we had with the technical committee. For the use of the different terms under the investments requirement, we had a discussion because that was some feedback, that was the top one. So we did a lot of research and discussion, and we discussed a lot with the technical committee. We also discussed it internally. And so basically now we are bringing forward different terms in the final standard. So instead of investment, now we are bringing forward the term expenditure, and also a different verb. It won't be allocated, but one second, I need to get. Thank you, Mario. Incurred. Yes, it was one of the heaviest discussion to be able to get the right term, and this was the discussion and the decision that was taken in New York, and this should be interoperable with the other frameworks and standards.
Thank you. Just to highlight that this is very important, because I think we're increasingly seeing how critical it is to get the language right, and how it's also easy to have misinterpretations, when you go off with the phrase and then it's multiplied. So thank you. Thank you.
Any other input? Okay, thank you very much, Margarita. Bastian?
Maybe just to say in terms of follow-up of this discussion. So as you've seen on the first slide that Margarita has shown on the timeline, we're projecting to bring this back for approval by March. But with, as we discussed also on the back of a couple of the earlier meetings this year, with an opportunity for you to look at the final version of this for a bit longer and ask any residual questions you might want to have clarified before the approval. So we stage this approval and we'll be coming back to you with the exact timeline for this based on the meeting dates that we're locking in for the first quarter next year. So that we have an administrative item later on that, and then we'll be looking at this with the team in the coming weeks, and then we can lock this in and give you also a view as to how this will go down for this approval and other approvals that are pending for the first quarter of next year.
Thank you very much. And before we close the public session, I'd like to thank those GSSB members who finished their term at the end of this year whilst they're here in person. When the year hasn't finished, we've got 2 more meetings, but there are 4 GSSB members who are leaving us at the end of this year. Very sad. Corley, Jennifer, Peter, and Laura Dana, thank you very much for all your work and input over the last few years. Peter, of course, will continue on the Labour technical working group. So thank you very much indeed. Bastian?
Yeah, just from the staff side also, it was mentioned earlier that we have this role of the GSB sponsor that has emerged over the last years, and beyond that, also very close interaction with you on specifics in the different projects and following up in between meetings. So just wanted to recognize that there's much more than what is seen in public meetings, also how you support standard setting on a day-to-day basis, and staff is very, very appreciative of all your efforts in the last years.
Indeed, it does take a big chunk of time being a GSSB member, and I guess you, 4 of you, will be wondering what you're going to do with yourself next year in all the additional free time that you have. Thank you. Is there any other business from anybody in the room before we close the public session? Okay, thank you. Gillian, could you close the public session and stop the recording? And if everybody just here now could stay for the next part of the